you say, baby, I'm hurting. You say I'm your weakness, but you is just greedy. You wanna be free, but you wanna complete me. I should've listened to my intuition. Right from the start, it seemed like you were tripping. Your eyes are empty, like you found my heart. Now we are here again, back again at the start. I will not apologize, I will not walk away. I will not compromise, you'll find I'm here to stay. Cause I'm a fighter, a tiger, see me walk through fire. Try chain me up, but I'll burst through, I'll defy ya. Set me on fire, watch them conspire. I will defy ya, I'll set them on fire. Cause I'm a fighter, a tiger, see me walk through fire. Try chain me up, but I'll burst through, I'll defy ya. Set me on fire, watch you conspire. I will defy ya, I'll set you on fire. It seems I'm losing myself like a victim, but I'll never let myself lose position. I wanna work you deep into my system. Somehow I know it will not come to fruition. Now here's my secret and don't you forget it. My heart is empty the way that I kept it. There's no point in telling me that they won't listen. I know that they want to keep me in their prison. I will not apologize, I will not walk away. I will not compromise, you'll find I'm here to stay. Cause I'm a fighter, a tiger, see me walk through fire. Try chain me up, but I'll burst through, I'll defy ya. Set me on fire, watch them conspire. I will defy ya, I'll set them on fire. Cause I'm a fighter, a tiger, see me walk through fire. Try chain me up, but I'll burst through, I'll defy ya. Set me on fire, watch you conspire. I will defy ya, I'll set you on fire. Cause I'm a fighter, a tiger, see me walk through fire. Try chain me up, but I'll burst through.
Hey guys. Guys. Welcome everyone. How's everyone doing today? Welcome, welcome. I have something I'm worried about, chat. Just to start out the stream. Is that Street Fighter guy in YouTube a bot? I feel like that's a bot. His messages are exactly the same, and I don't think I've ever seen him send any other messages, and it's weird. He's responding to messages that I haven't sent yet, which is, yeah, really, really weird. And it's kind of sus, I feel like. I have a very sneaky suspicion that person is a bot. Just kind of unusual because I've seen bots before on YouTube, but they've kind of disappeared somewhat, and this one is completely new. I don't even know what it's trying to do. If it is a bot, I'm not sure. Street Fighter, can you say something? Because your messages are very sus. Like, super sus. I don't know anything about YouTube is that it's hard to... Okay, there we go. I don't worry if that's a bot, but oh well. Oh well. Oh, guys, I've made some updates to my D&D avatar. I now have something that, well, two things I can do with my weapon. I can now move the weapon along the grip somewhat. It's a little bit simple or jank how I got this to work, but oh well. Yes, now I can move the weapon along the hilt a little bit. and also I added trail lines whenever I spin the weapon now. When I tried to take pictures of this the last time, I was like, if I did this, then people aren't gonna be able to tell what I'm doing because, yeah, they can't tell I'm spinning it because of the trail renderer. I can now do this. Now all I need to do is add a sound effect to this. I have no idea how I'm gonna be able to do that though, but oh well. Oh well. That is... adding sound to this is kinda like the next big thing I have to learn, because I have another avatar who needs sound as well. You guys remember my old nun outfit? The nun avatar also has a weapon, and it's is this thing. And this weapon, I feel like it really doesn't. It's really missing something if it doesn't have sound effects and particle effects to it. I have to figure out how to turn this how to make this shoot particles out the front. Cause yeah, it's got an animation. It's got a spinning barrel and all that. I just don't know how to turn this into an actual gun. I even have cannon that can fold out, and yeah, no, all sorts of little things I need to learn how to do. But I think I'm gonna take a while before I learn how to add sounds and particle effects to this. There are other things I need to work on in the meantime. Chief of which, I need to work on preparing overlay for D&D. D&D is coming back. Chat, D&D is coming back. Or specifically, D&D streams are coming back. And this avatar is gonna be used. I'm finally gonna play her. After working on her for a bit. Can finally use everything that I put into her. Well, it's technically we're gonna be playing desktop, so it's not like I can actually use the spinning effect on this. But you know what, chat? You know what? I have pictures. The whole point of me making this avatar is so I could take pictures with and tell everyone exactly what this character looks like and what she's doing and stuff. So yeah. Can't wait to play. Technically I need to prep my own D&D campaign as well, but I'm gonna let another DM take over and run his own campaign for a little bit, so that I can let my ideas percolate a little bit. I've gone through a few how do I describe this? I've gone through quite a few my brain is slow right now, hang on. I've gone through quite a few what do I want to say? I've gone through quite a few brainstorming sessions. That's what I want to say. Yeah, I've gone through quite a few brainstorming sessions. I've talked to the players about what their characters want to do, and yeah, so I can start percolating and putting together my next season of my campaign for real now. But for now, chat, this Saturday, D&D is gonna return under a different DM temporarily. Hello Reaper, welcome. How's it going? Welcome. Hope you're doing okay. Yeah. Hope you guys look forward to D&D this weekend. Not me as a DM, but I hope you guys look forward to D&D regardless. Hi Mitchell, welcome. Enjoy the new D&D character avatar, because she's gonna be played this Saturday. my holy and noble and chaste paladin. Yeah, paladin. I'm glad you like her. Yeah, well, I didn't put that much thought in her. I mean, she's she is a. Yeah, I wouldn't say I put that much thought into her, but I did like how she turned out, especially with the weapon and the design of the armor and everything. Technically, this armor is ripped from a game, but oh well. Oh well. Oh. There was another armor I could have used for this character, but unfortunately, that other armor. Let's just say that. It's the other armor is very much a chainmail bikini armor, and I was like, yeah, no, that's not what I'm going for. I'm going for I'm going for somewhat believable fantasy armor, which hence the breastplate and stuff. So strong, my outfit. Yeah, well, it's okay. I just really like the armor design. The part I'm most proud of is actually the weapon, because this took me quite a while to find, and I learned something new when putting this weapon on my avatar. Adding trail effects to the spin so that when I take pictures, anyone who looks at the pictures can see it's like, oh, it's spinning. Hello, it's Face Daddy. Welcome. How's it going? Welcome. So yeah, excuse. I know my title says we're going to exercise today, but excuse me while I just talk a little bit about D&D. I'm excited to play D&D. Well, okay, technically no. I have been playing D&D, and it's just that we haven't been streaming the sessions because the campaign we were playing in was a lot more relaxed, and it's not really a good stream show, but we're gonna be playing D&D again, and it's gonna be streamed this time, so he's gonna be streaming D&D again. I'm excited. Also, since my brain is acting really slow today, let me drink some coffee, chat. Aaron, grab your drinks. Remember, it doesn't matter what you're drinking as long as here for the moment, chat. It can be coffee, tea, beer, root beer, water, anything you have, chat. As long as you're here. Grab your drinks, everyone. On 3, 2, 1. Green pie. Cheers, everyone. Oh. Oh, that's good. Today's coffee is cafe au lait. I ran out of cocoa powder. Technically, I have another bag of cocoa powder, I just haven't opened it yet, so instead of making mocha, today I decided to make cafe au lait. Oh, okay, let me switch to my actual avatar now. I want to get ready for exercise. There we go. I'm gonna be using this avatar today for exercise. Yeah, but yeah, today we're probably gonna be doing light-ish exercise. I'm not going to push myself too hard because yeah, I feel a little bit tired today, but it's important to do something even if you feel tired, chat. Just get up and move around. And also, yeah, yesterday I mentioned to someone that I'm gonna stop slacking off and I'm actually going to start exercising again so that I can achieve my goals, my dream body. So yeah, I'm gonna get back on the treadmill, chat. I'm gonna get back on the treadmill today and work out. You guys, if you want to, you're more than welcome to join me when we work out, or if you want to just sit back and relax and listen to me suffer a little bit, that's fine too. Also, I might have promised someone that to send them nudes one day, but don't worry about that. Chat, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The most important thing is that. Oh. Hi Naomi, welcome. Welcome, how's it going? Welcome. What's up? What's up right now is just we're just chatting a little bit before we eventually move to do some stretches and then do some exercises. You're more than welcome to join us in exercises, or you can just sit back and chill and relax. That's okay as well. How's my day going? My day has been rather slow and lazy, so I kind of forcing myself to streams and exercise. Yeah. I have these avatars that I made because these are kind of like my goals, especially the apps. You know, these apps, these are goals, and I want to make sure that I want to stop slacking and get back on the exercise train. Me too. Stop slacking. The hardest part, chat, is to make sure I don't slack, and yeah. I need to make sure I stop slacking. I'm big streamer. Am I big? Oh no, I feel like I'm microscopic. You want to suggest me something? Sure, go ahead. What you want to suggest? While you're typing that out, I'm actually going to look around to see if there's a place we can use to do stretches here. If not, we might just go to the exercise wall and do stretches. Oh god. I just got jump scared by that. Fucking seriously? Fucking cardboard cutout. You fucking jump scared me. Fuck off. Can you show me amazing VTuber model yourself? What? Huh? What? What? Why are you trying to show me what? I'm sorry, what? Sorry, I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Hello there, man. Welcome. How's it going? Welcome. Okay, you know what? Just because this will fucking jump scare me with that cardboard cutout, I'm going to switch to a different wall. Let me see here. To remember which wall Where did I favorite this world? Here it is. Okay, we're gonna use this world. You know, I've never been into this world with my new avatar, so let's try. Love the womb tattoo? Hmm? Wait, do you just notice the womb tattoo? You only just notice it now, chat. Hang on. Sorry, give me a second. I need to deal with something real quick. Give me 1 second. Hang on, sorry. Doing this in VR is a little bit difficult. Sorry, I had to do something real quick. Okay. I had to do some exercises today, so. Okay. Now, I need to see how this avatar looks in this world because. Do I need to mess with the rim darkness effect I have going? Or get rid of shadows and add rim darkness. Oh, that's much better. There we go. Yeah, it looks so much better. Hi. Hey, hang on. Let me drink some water, chat. My throat feels a little bit scratchy. Give me a second. I'm to say hi to the chat. Yeah, if anyone is just coming in today, we'll be doing some exercises. Because I want to stop slacking and get back on the treadmill towards achieving my goal. Amy, welcome. How's it going? Welcome. Also, Naomi, could you repeat your question? Cause like I can't really understand what you're trying to say. How goes the stretching? Well, we technically haven't started yet. We've just been chatting a little bit. Yeah, I've been getting warmed up. Well, technically we were talking about D&D because gonna be playing D&D again. Well, it's gonna be more like the return of D&D streams this Saturday. Although I'm not DMing yet, it'll be a friend DMing. I'm gonna be playing and it's gonna be streamed. So yeah, I'm excited to start playing D&D again. But yeah, we're technically just starting to stretch right now. You wanna join us, Mia? Or you want to just sit back and relax? That's fine too. Whichever, whatever you want to do is fine. Sexercise, yeah, sexercise. You got an exercise bike to assemble. Oh, so that's what you'll be doing. Okay. Make sure to focus on the exercise bike. Don't fuck up and don't injure yourself because exercise bikes, I'm fairly certain they have a lot of moving parts, right? So you need to make sure that you don't hurt yourself. Okay, give me a second. Let me. You know, now that we have the flying effect, I can actually do this. I just remembered something. Chat. I just remembered something. Don't I have a yoga mat? Yes, I do. I need to bring the yoga mat out. Hang on a second. I have a actual physical yoga mat here. Let me unfold this. Also, I'm going to switch into a more workout outfit because I don't know. Does the black top look like a workout outfit to you? I don't know. It feels like it doesn't look like a workout outfit to me. Okay, let me just. Oops. Let me bring this camera back here. Switch this to that. Turn this off and go this way. Okay. Let me just check my. Okay. I need to make sure I'm not gonna hit anything. Now let's see. What do I want to wear for exercise today? Let me. I think I will go for a white top and skirt. Yeah. Black skirt? How's black skirt look? I could. This is my unofficial Tifa cosplay. Oh, would this pink skirt work better? Let's see. Not sure. Black skirt or pink skirt, chat? For exercise outfit. I'm about to get the workout going, you see. Yeah, well, well, as far as my assets are concerned, I created this avatar because, you know, these are kind of like my goals, I would say, and yeah, I'm nowhere near this, and I would like to try to get there, so yeah, I'm gonna stop slacking and start working out again. You guys want black skirt, huh? Hi, black skirt, white top. Yeah, okay. I think that'll work as an exercise outfit. So, first things first, chat, is important to stretch, so yeah, excuse me while I stretch first. That's just more inspiration right there, yeah. Well, technically my goals is to be slim and have... Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Wait, hang on. First sword with technically, well, only just getting started. Thank you for that very first sword. Welcome everyone. Welcome. How you guys doing? Welcome. You love anime boobies. I like that name. That name's cute. Hello, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Roost. Hope you enjoyed time here. Yes, for today's stream, we're going to be doing some exercises. You guys can join me or you guys can just chill and relax. In chat, it's entirely up to you. I want to try to achieve my goals. If you see how this avatar has abs and stuff, these are my goals. So yeah, and I've been slacking, so need to keep working. So yeah, we're just getting started. I've been slacking way too much. We will probably be doing light exercises today. Adorable? No, I'm fake. You can see my name down there. Wait, no, down there. Down there. If you... Hang on, let me complete the stretch. Hey, Mew. Welcome. Wait, weren't you already following me here? Okay, look at my name down there. You can see my name says artificial, which means it's fake. I'm totally fake. I'm such a faker. You on YouTube? Yeah, but I thought you found me on Kick already. But oh well. Thank you for following me on Kick as well. You're free to watch me on your platform of choice, whether it's YouTube or Kick. Doesn't matter where you wanna be. I appreciate you guys for being here, whether you're on YouTube or Kick. Oh yeah, first off, what were you doing by the way? Are you streaming? Oh, you're doing VRChat? Oh, okay. Were you doing anything specific in VRChat? Exploring worlds? Dancing? Chilling? Should I keep my category on Kick in VRC or should I change it to fitness and health? I'm not sure. What do you guys think, chat? Should I change it to fitness and health or no? Keep it to VRChat. Because technically we're eventually going to have a different game in the background. You guys probably already know. Well, any regulars from a while back would already know what game I'm eventually going to play in the background. So yeah, I'm not sure if I should... Oh, that game again. Yeah. It's been way too long since I played that game. Quote unquote that game. And we're gonna be playing it again, chat. After so long. I'm gonna be going back to it. But for now we're just doing stretches. But yeah. Should I... Well, what do you guys think? Should I switch it to fitness and health? Do it? Switch to fitness and health? You think that's a better idea? Yeah, why not? Since the main topic of today's stream has now moved on to fitness and health, let's do it. Fitness and health. There we go. Right, so the topic on Kick is now fitness and health. On YouTube, I'm still gonna just keep it the same. VRChat and exercise. It can stay the same. Right now, I need to stretch my legs. Give me a second, chat. I need to grab a chair to use as stabilizer. For anyone who missed what I was talking about earlier, today's exercise is going to be light exercise because I'm getting back into the swing of things, so I'm not going to push myself too hard, but I will try to go as far as I can. Trying to go as far as possible. Okay. Without overstraining myself. Okay, now I need to bring you guys closer because we'll be doing grounded stretches. So give me a second. I need to. Wasn't there another stretch? Right. Oh wait, shit! I forgot. Hang on. There's one more standing stretch I have to do. You can tell it's been a while since I've done this. Should I take out my boots? I feel like boots aren't really good exercise wear, aren't they? You know what? Boots are coming off. There we go. Straighten the leg. There we go. Oh, okay. You should really take them off. Can't really imagine someone working out through screen like that. Yeah, they're off. So don't worry. Oh wait, I need to stretch my back a little bit. One thing I'm trying to focus on in terms of flexibility is my back and my legs. My thighs down here, down the back, are really inflexible, and I need to try to improve flexibility there. Right, standing stretches are done. Now we need to get down on the ground, chat. Where I belong. Okay, let me just grab this. Get the wire out of the way. There we go. Alright. Now, I think I need to increase the width of the camera a little bit so that you guys have a wide angle shot. Right. You're also a little on the way, Should I have my tail up? Yeah, I'll get it out of the way. And I'll bring chat window down here so that I can see you guys. Oh god. I can feel the stretching down here. This tendon right here underneath the thigh. Feel the burn? Oh, we're not even getting to the burn yet. Right now we're just doing stretching. We're not even getting to the exercises. Proper. Now I must sing a little bit. Oh yeah, the stretching. The point of stretching is that you have to feel the stretch. You have to feel your tendons stretching out. Not to the point of snapping, mind you. That's bad. You don't want to permanently damage your tendons. You want to just get them to extend out just a little bit so that you have your body learns to push further. Oh, like right here. I know that it looks like my leg is bent right now, but it's not. My leg is totally straight, and I can feel the stretch down here. Oh. Yeah, actually been looking at whether stretching truly helps or not. It does help. And it's also important to stretch and warm up before you actually do the actual exercise to make sure that you don't injure yourself. If you don't stretch and warm up properly, you will hurt yourself. So yeah, it's important to stretch. Really important. Also helps your flexibility too, if you go for specific stretches. Ooh. Oh my god, I'm so inflexible here. I can barely bend forward. And I can feel the pull here. I just tasted pepper in my mouth. I ate fried rice for as a meal just now. Don't worry, I didn't eat too soon before stream. I ate like I think about 6 hours ago. And I kind of like drowned the fried rice in pepper in ground pepper, and I think a little piece of pepper that was stuck in my teeth just came out, and I went crunch crunch. Pepper. Okay, let me put you guys there for this stretch. It is. Food be slapping on your stomach right now. Yeah, don't worry. I ate 6 hours ago, so more than enough time for the food to settle. know, back when I did taekwondo, stretching was the part of the exercise that I hated the most because of how much it hurt. Let me drink some water. Drink more coffee. I'm to stay hydrated, chat. Green pie. Cheers, everyone. Okay, now what was the next stretch I needed to do? Right, how did I used to do this? I need to move some stuff out of the way. Give me a second, chat. I move some stuff. I'm gonna put you guys here while I move this. Put that there. Okay, put that there. Everything out of the way, not quite yet. But further. Yeah, now it's out of the way. And also I need to grab this. Did I drop something? Yeah, I did. Hang on. To put this back. Okay. Okay. For this stretch, I'm going to need to activate flying. And then move you guys. Oops. Hang on, sorry. This is a little difficult for me to control. Okay. Now, where am I? Okay. Move this here. I need to do this. And you're hearing my leg impact the cupboard a little bit, but it's fine. Damn it, this is annoying me. Fuck. Hang on. How about now? Okay, now this works. Let me tuck my tail down. There we go. Okay, I can't really see chat right now. So, I hope you guys actually, wait, no, I can turn this on so that I can see chat a little bit. Hope you guys are behaving. Okay. Now, this is the stretch. I forgot what type of stretch this is. I forgot what it was called. Reclined middle split, was it? Oh god. Okay. I believe that's what it's called. Reclined middle split. Hang on, I need to get rid of the focus. Because where we are, we don't need focus. Okay, down again. You're meant to do this against a wall because then you can prop your legs up against a wall and use that to kind of like use gravity to push your legs further apart. This is wait for you to force yourself your legs apart if you don't have a friend to spot for you. Oh, 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 oh. Can't tell I'm looking at you, baby. Just working out. Oh. Well, let's see if I still remember how to exit. Leave. Okay. Now, let me put you guys here for a moment while I go and move the stuff back. Okay. This needs to go back here. And this needs to go back here. Okay. Right. Now I need to, what was the next stretch I'm supposed to do? I think I need to move my yoga mat out of the way for the next stretch. So I'm gonna take my yoga mat and just put it aside for a moment. Now where did I put you guys? Oh, you're here. Okay. Okay. Now the next stretch is going to be trust me, it's a stretch. Yes, it's an actual stretch. I have no idea what its name is, but it's an actual stretch. Trust me. Okay. Do people come to this wall often? I know people used to come to this wall often to do stretches and exercises. I don't know if there are other walls now that people generally use, but I don't know what those new walls are, so I still come here. Ooh. Oh, I haven't done this in so long. I can't. While controlling this while I'm also stretching, it's difficult. Okay. Oh, relax. Relax. Oh, relax. I need to get my back used to doing that particular stretch again. I know a lot of people nowadays just do dance, exercise, you know, fitness martial dances. And those are pretty popular, and to be honest, I enjoy fitness martial dances as well. but I haven't done them for quite a while. Oops. Okay. Fuck. Oh god. Relax my thighs. Come on. Okay. I see when people talk about workout, I usually see them playing something like Wii Fitness. Nothing wrong with using Wii Fitness and Ring Fit and stuff like that to turn working out into a game. If it works, then it works. Some pole dancer do stuff for exercise. Yeah, pole dancing is a very physically demanding hobby. I know quite a few pole dancers who do pole dancing. You're very fit. Very fit. Very limber. Very, very physically strong both in their arms and their legs. They're really, really strong, Chan. Okay, Chan, I need to do more, a couple more stretches, but we're approaching the end of stretching at the very least. I need to. Where's my yoga mat? Okay, now I need to redo my calibration a little bit. I noticed my calibration was off also for the final couple of stretches. I need to recalibrate anyway, so give me a second, chat. Need to remember to turn this off and recalibrate. Hang on. Sorry. Usually takes me like a minute to recalibrate. I'm really anal about calibration. There we go. Okay. Okay. Coming back. Last couple of stretches. Right, now I need to bring this back here. Alright. The last couple of stretches are a lot more relaxed. I just need to come down here and bring this over. There we go. So I can see everything. God damn it, hang on. Why is in the way? There we go. Okay. Okay. Oh. Just the camera a little bit. There we go. Okay. It's a good angle. Now we stretch legs again. It's definitely the audience because almost you've seen them. My goodness, feels like watching Olympics. Yeah. I've learned from quite a few really good VR dancers. One of my teachers is, well, technically all my teachers are amazing, but there's one teacher in particular who's been teaching me for years. You guys might remember her. Her name is Foxley. The person who's been playing with me. Whenever I do like a raft playthrough or now the Subnautica playthrough, that's her. She's my teacher. She's taught me everything I know about dancing in VR, and she's so good, chat. You have no idea. She used to stream a long time ago. She doesn't stream anymore though, but yeah. Oh my god, dancing is amazing. Hi Nitro, welcome. How's it going? The person you were collabing with during that hunting game. Yeah, hunting game. We played Raft together a long time ago. We're now doing the Subnautica playthrough together. Yeah. She doesn't stream anymore. Yeah, not anymore. But if I ever happen to if one day chat, I ever happen to do a dance practice stream and she's around, you guys are able to see what she's able to do. She's so good, chat. She's amazing. But I have no idea when we're gonna do that. We'll have to see. Right. Now I'm still in the middle of doing stretches, so give me a second. Oh, what's that? Ah, that's the... I need to be careful I don't hit that metal thing if I reach up. I need to give myself more room, seriously. Oh, did I just end up moving too high up on the... Yeah, I moved too high up on the yoga mat. Whoops. Oh. How do you feel about the whole working out at a gym scenario? I've had people ask me whether or not I want to work out at a gym, and over the years, and every time I have the same answer: that costs money. Like I have to pay for a membership, and I'm like, do I really need to spend money to work out when I can do it here with you guys? The answer is no, I don't need to spend money when I can do it here with you guys. Would you prefer working out at home or no? To be honest, the biggest hurdle for me working out at the gym is the cost. The fact that you have to buy a gym membership and stuff, that's the biggest reason why I've never done it. I'm naturally very thrifty by nature, and I'm not opposed to working out in a public setting. I just don't want to pay the money for it. That's the only reason. I've gone swimming before. I really like swimming. Sadly, swimming is one of the few exercises I can't do at home. I love being underwater. I know that there's people who are scared of being underwater, chat, but I love being in the water. I love swimming around, I love diving into the water, I love just, you know, being able to almost fly under the water. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm a registered scuba diver. Certified by PADI, open water scuba diver. I have my license somewhere over there on my tape, in one of my drawers. I'm over hearing these stream girls causing problems too. Yeah, unfortunately, you know, it's just youngins being undisciplined. They haven't been taught to fear consequences. That's why I keep saying young people these days need to have dildos shoved up their ass. The moment you even put the fear of having shoved up their the moment they even have the fear of the possibility that something might be shoved up their ass, that's when they learn, okay. That's when they learn how to fear. That's why, chat, you need to, when raising kids, put the fear of people who are bigger and stronger than them in them. Yes. Make sure they know fear. Terrify your children. Chat. If children don't grow up scared, then they won't know. They will think that they're invincible. You have to terrify them and traumatize them. Trauma builds character. Hold up for that. She ended up being kicked off. Oh yeah, I mean, a lot of the problem gym girls are getting kicked out, but most cases they eventually get what's coming to them, but to prevent or at least help prevent more problem gym girls from being created, you need to terrify your children. Yes. That's the most anime thing you had. No, really, it's not really anime. It's more like 1970s, 80s, 90s parenting. Yeah. Alright, sure, like us. Girls lifting more weight than she can. Literally almost no one there was trying to help. Oh yeah, I saw that. The girl actually got stuck and she was visibly in trouble, but nobody wanted to help. But oh well, sucks to be her. Okay, technically we're done with stretches already. I'm just cooling off a little bit, but we're eventually going to move now to exercises proper. You can't have normal interaction. Oh well, that's their problem to deal with. I always say. We'll just do our own thing. Although if you're gonna do weight training, always make sure you have buddies to spot for you. That's really important. When you work out, make sure to practice safe workout ethics. You don't want to have accidents or injuries, stuff like that, That's very important. The whole point of working out is to improve your health, not to permanently injure yourself. So, yeah. Right. Okay, chat. We're going to start moving over to doing exercise proper now that I'm all stretched out, but I need to do a new setup. Hang on. Give me 1 minute while I go through the setup process. Once I'm done going through this setup process once, it'll be a lot easier to do in the future. Spawn new window, okay. Alright. Time for action? Well, we're getting there. Give me a couple minutes to get into the actual action because, yeah, I need to do some proper setup. Disable that, disable that. Okay. I need to attach this here. Okay, this will allow me to read. Now I need to okay, now I have that, I'm going to make this a lot bigger. Okay, this is a little bit jank, I know, but okay. Now, increase its size some more. Okay. Set this to that. Okay, perfect. Now, I need to... need to... God damn it. Hang on, sorry. What the hell's the menu I'm looking for? There it is, okay. Okay. Okay, I can put that there now. This is fine here. Wait, no, I need to adjust this. It's supposed to be... Okay, good. That's functioning the way it's supposed to. Now let's see here. Okay, that's done. Now, now I need to find a good place for you guys. Let's see. First, we determine which way we want to be facing. I need to be looking this way. Okay. If I need to be looking this way, that means... Okay. Like so. And... like direction to face would be here, I think. Yeah, here would be a good direction to face. I need to turn on flying. Fish local. Okay, I think this will be good. What do I do about the tail? I won't be able to manipulate the tail once I'm actually exercising. Should I get rid of the tail, chat? I think. I think I don't need the tail. I could just go. Oh. And bye-bye tail. Yeah, I think you know what? Let's give it. Wait, hang on. Do I want to give it the tail? Decisions, chat. I can't tell if the tail's gonna get in the way. Have it be up. Or down. Now you know what? We'll just leave the tail. We'll just leave the tail. Take the tail off and make it more of that ass to look at. Oh. Does the tail get in the way? Either way, it's fine. Oh, it's in the way. Yeah. We'll try with the tail on for now. Okay, chat. Short. Washroom break. We're gonna take a 3-minute break. I'm gonna go pee, and then when we get back, we'll be committing to exercises. Alright. You guys, make sure you do whatever you need to do as well. You need to go to the toilet or go get drinks or whatever you need to do. Now's the time to do it. When we get back, we'll be doing extra exercise. So yeah, be right back.
Your sweet Chanel perfume. I'm drunk in love with you. Baby, I'm a savage for the dirty little things you do. You're my ecstasy, fire, gasoline. You can pour yourself right on top of me. You're my ecstasy, fire, gasoline. You can pour yourself right on top of me.
Okay. Now we need to turn this off. We're gonna have something provide music first, so yeah, we can turn that off. I need to make sure I'm in exactly the right spot, otherwise this will fail miserably. Okay, how does that look? I think this looks good. Okay, so we're gonna be doing something special, chat. Give me a second while I... where? The settings I'm looking for here. Is this... shit, it still takes my settings, so hang on. I need to turn this on and then turn that off. Okay, good. Now go there and turn that thing off. Okay, there we go. And now I need to turn something on that I haven't turned on for months. Let's try to see if this works. I'm going to put you guys... I'll put the camera down here. Lock grid. Okay. Mask. Turn off the environment. That's fine. You guys will see a black screen, but it will disappear in a moment. Give me a second. Allow transparency. Yeah. You guys are now seeing me in my room, but it's not going to be all. Because we're going to be turning this on now. Okay, let's see. Can I hear it? I can hear it. Okay, good. And now I'm gonna turn this off. And now what was the next thing I need to do? Right, I need to turn this on as a full screen. There we go. Okay, now that that's on, I can do this. This is what we're playing today, chat. This is our exercise game. It's taking a while to load. There we go. Okay, it still works. Good to know. Alright, now I need to... I need to do a couple more adjustments. Give me a second. I need to move... you guys behind me. There we go. And now I need to do the jankest part of my setup. You guys thought I was done yet? Oh no, I'm not done yet. There's one part of my setup that is super jank that I still need to do. I need to... somehow belt my VR controllers to my wrist, and I have a very specific thing I have for that, but give me a second. Well, I've done everything I need to do, right? Because once I belt my controllers to my wrist, I can't undo it anymore. Okay, I think I've done everything I need to do. Okay. So. Come on. Come on, get in there. God damn it! I haven't done this for a while. Come on. Get in there. Come on. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay, get in there. Good go. Alright. One controller is belted to my wrist now. Which way was the controller supposed to face? Was it supposed to face outward? No, it was supposed to face inward, right? No, how did I get this? How did I do this before? It just face this way? I've completely forgotten how I used to do this. Yeah, this is how it's done. Okay. Shit, I have a slight problem. I just realized that the chat it's hard for me to read chat. But oh well, I can read chat here. Wait, where'd you go? Ah, there you are. Okay, wait, no, this. Okay, hang on, I need to adjust this. Okay, before we fully commit, I need to adjust this. Okay, you need to be lower, a lot lower, and you need to be angled this way. Okay, and okay, perfect. Now let's close this and see how much leeway I have to activate this. God, that fucking... How did I used to do this before? Somehow I did this before, and I don't remember how. Oh, I used to do it like this. Okay, hang on. Let me just adjust this one more time. A little more. Okay. There we go. Okay, that's done. Okay, one controller has been belted to my wrist. Now I need to... Oh god! Oh, I almost dropped the controller. You know, there's probably a much easier way to do this. But, I don't want to. Like... Okay, let me think about this for a moment. I could use... VR motion capture plus VC face and have VR motion capture and VC face render my avatar using what's the word? Using trackers on my hands rather than belting my VR wands to my hands, which would technically be better. Actually, now that I think about it, the last time I did this, I did not have more trackers, but now I do. Now I actually have enough trackers that I can belt my trackers to my arms and use VRM plus VC face. But if I do that, I don't have costume choices. You know what? That's a question for the future, chat. It's a question for the future. We're not gonna care about that for now because we're here to sexercise. Here. Yeah. Shouldn't she always play under adults? Yeah. Shut the fuck up. It's been so long since I played this, chat. Adventure. I got to World 12, level 107. But how long ago was this? They're gonna tell me as soon as I go in, they're gonna tell me how long I've been slacking. How long have I been slacking? A year? See, I'm putting you can already see this input. Oh yeah, this game is actually no joke. Still for day 47 of your adventure. Hey, it's been a while since last time. You haven't exercised since then. Should consider low. I did exercise. It's fine. Keep it at this. We'll keep it at max difficulty. Listen, chat. If one of the Hololive girls, Iroha the samurai from Hololive, can play this game at max difficulty and be like, oh yeah, this is more like it, and she's totally fine. If she can do it, I can do it too, chat. Famous last words. But you know what? Okay, going as his face. No stretching today. We've already done stretching. The harder the better. Yeah. You see today? Sure thing. Wish you your best today. I'm rooting for you. Yep. Hang on. I need to get used to having this attached to my leg again. This is feeling a little bit tight. Okay, there we go. I feel like I need to make my VR TV bigger, but oh well, we'll stick with this one now. Scarecrow, Strongman, and Toadman revealed to be Allegra Armando, and Abdonis of a blah 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 blah. Oh, there he is!
Wow!
You won't get away this time! Hey, put out the fire, that's dangerous! What would I do to my precious invention called a fire? Yes, stay a while and listen. Invention? Oh god, I remember giving him the toad voice. This here is Village of Inventors, otherwise known as Eureka Village. All the machinery here is handmade. You should stay a while and listen. See that machine? My dad made it. That's a kid? I thought it was a grandma. My dream is to someday become a great inventor just like him. So you should stay a while and listen. Just between you and me, though, you really should stay a while and listen. I found some gizmos. With these I can make the invention of the century. But now I must be going. Take care of your travels. A village of inventors, huh? Sounds like they can make stuff first. If we ever need help. I need to... No, don't quit. I need to check something. Options. I need to make sure that my exercise type is set to silent because there are people who are sleeping behind me. I mean, not behind me, underneath me. Right, exercise mode needs to be silent. Okay. Yeah, I need to make sure that I don't wake up the people in the room under me. There you go. Let me adjust the leg strap a little bit. The material for this strap is actually not that comfortable. Okay. Alright, let's go. What? Is this a new world? Was there a something in the previous world that we could have done? Let me check this. Do we actually have... Oh god. Oh, look at this. Hey, bruh. Hey, you over here, bruh. You artificial, right, bruh? I knew it, bruh. What an honor. You're world famous, you know, bruh. Can't believe I'm seeing this. It's just a silly exercise game. Don't expect too much groundbreaking story from this. Listen, bruh, this is underground event is going on at local gym, bruh. World ball thing. Very exclusive, very hush hush, bruh. That might be your kind of seat, bruh. Wanna check it out, bruh? Use the fiscus to fight your way through a sea of battle. Okay. Yeah. Sweet, I hope you say yes. Let's go check it out, bruh. What the hell did that say? I didn't see it. What did it say? Fit skills recommend. Okay, before we go in, let me check. Is there anything I want to learn? What were we aiming for? I completely forgot. Yeah, I completely forgot what we were aiming for. Shit, I didn't realize that. I just realized something bad. Fuck! We might have a problem with tracking because my tracker is placed here in front, and I just realized some of these exercises require me to be placed on my belly, and I can't do this. These two that require me to place my belly. Oh, I'll remember that for next time. Let us... What do we want to learn? I seriously completely forgot what we wanted to learn. Right, I want to reveal this. Okay, let's reveal what that is. Increase health. What? What kind of shit exercise is this? Oh well. That was useless. Let's make some smoothies. Is there any I need to make? Oh shit, I completely forgot what's what. Guaranteed rush. Trying to remember what the hell I usually concentrate on. Why do I not have prune smoothies? I should. Is there a reason why I did not have prune smoothies? We're gonna make 2 of these. And I think that's all I need to top up for now. Yeah, we'll just make 2 of these prune juice. Ugh, disgusting.
I'm all ready.
Well, you're still working on this, all that matters. Oh well, it's fine. We have a whole bunch of other exercises we can do in the meantime, so I haven't even unlocked those skills yet. It'll be a while before that becomes a problem. Alright, set fit skills. See here. Is there in particular I wanted? I don't think there's anything particular I want to set right now. Standing twists. Pendulum bend. I want to unlock the next overhead hip shake. Eventually. But for now, we'll just keep it, even though it's a really low attack power thing. Okay, yeah, yeah, everything's good. Everything is where I need to be, so let's go. Let's go battle gym chat. Let's go. Time for us to go.
Okay, let's select a skill.
For anyone who's new, I tend to do exercises that focus on my legs and my core for a very specific reason.
Overhead squat.
Well, it's multiple specific reasons. You might think it's because I want that
Okay,
hot
let's go.
shaped butt, and yes, that is part of the reason, but there's also another reason. A medical reason. Oh, God damn it. Lower. Ugh.
Well done.
Okay.
Wonderful.
The medical reason is I have
Yes.
dislocated each of my knees once, and to make sure it doesn't happen again, I need to strengthen my thigh muscles.
Good job. Fantastic.
Although, hang on, I'm facing a problem right now. Let me deal with a slight problem, chat. Slight problem. Let me just don't mind what movements I'm performing right now. Don't worry. It's not. I'm not doing anything sus about my clothing. Chat, you guys don't have to worry about what I just did. You don't have to worry about a thing. Definitely didn't just take off my clothes because
Great.
they were
Keep it
interfering with my squats. It's definitely not. Definitely not.
Good. Very nice. Fine.
Oh God! Oh, this
Nicely done.
is really difficult. A wide squat is so much more difficult than a standard squat.
Fantastic.
Hang on.
Amazing.
I feel the thigh controller slipping down. Okay. Hi. How's the audio, by the way? Is the audio good? Is the music too loud? The music sounds too loud, isn't it? So, hang on. Let me fix that. Give me a second. need to... I'm not sure if it's too loud for you guys, but I'm looking at the audio levels and it seems like it's too loud, so I'm just going to reduce this. Okay, that should do it. On your end, it's fine. Looking at the... I don't know, is it okay for you or no? I can't tell. I was a little bit worried that the music was too loud. Sorry about it, but... Okay, you know what? This is our first time doing this after returning for so long. You know what? I'm not gonna care. I'm not gonna care about it. I will review the footage after the stream is done and I'll decide then whether or not the music is too loud. Okay. Too loud from chats and then you can just lower. No, it's more like, is the music too loud relative to my voice? That's what I was worried about. My voice needs to be legible over the music. But I will look over the recording after we're done.
Okay.
It's called audio balancing.
Neat.
So it's less about you guys need to lower the volume, it's more about it's the music drowning out my voice. If it is, then I need to adjust. Doesn't drown me out. Okay. I will.
Amazing.
I'll review the recording still after I'm done.
All right.
Make sure that that's not happening. Why am I losing tracking? Oh wait, it's because my arms are supposed to be up here.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm feeling the burn. Oh my god.
Great! Fine work. You got it. Well done. All right. 10 more.
Look at the monsters. Oh, I killed him. Yeah, make sure. I'm just looking at the monsters, chat, while I kill them. 10, 9, 8, 7,
Fantastic.
6,
Keep it up.
5,
More. Excellent.
4,
You got it.
3,
Okay.
2,
Okay. One left.
1.
Okay.
Oh god!
Excellent.
Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Come here. Let's go, motherfucker.
Squeezing.
Let's go. Okay, now we're gonna do another
Knees to chest.
leg exercise. I focus a lot on legs and core in this game. I do some arms and chest exercises, but yeah, I focus mainly on legs and core.
Okay, let's move. This exercise is also great for working your leg muscles. Nice. Sharp. Very nice. Amazing.
Damn it. One of my tracker is getting in the way. Oh, I'll fix it next stream. Learning how to do this again.
Okay.
Maybe if I turn this way, I'll be able to do this without. No, my tracker's still getting in the way. Damn. That's gonna be annoying for the rest of the exercise.
All right. Perfect. Fine work. Well done. Fine work. Nice. Well done. Nice. Amazing.
Doing this with the extra weight of my
Fantastic.
VRChat on my head, it's difficult.
Very nice.
Oh my god.
Keep it up.
Oh, I saw the shape chat. I'm so fucking out of shit. Street Fighter, don't spam please. I'm fine with you saying that kind of stuff, but preferably try not to spam too much.
Okay. Awesome. All right. Nicely done.
There are ways you can sneak through YouTube's auto censor and spell out that word without spamming.
Great. Wonderful. Excellent.
Putting you through it. Ugh. Yeah, this is hard. The fact that my
Fine work.
tracking system is getting in the way is also annoying me. But it's fine.
Pick up the pace.
We're doing light exercises today
Nice.
to
Good job.
get back into
Yes.
doing this properly.
Very nice. 10 more. Fantastic. Great. Excellent. Very nice.
Oh my god.
Okay. 5 more. Great. Okay. 3. Fine work. Fantastic. 1 left.
Now I'm on a 4 then. Normally we go longer, but I might just do only this battle gym today. Cause yeah, my tracking getting in the way is really annoying. And in order for me to fix it, I need to get out of this belted in thing I've done. Let's do pendulum bend now.
Pendulum bend.
Since you're first time, you gotta take it slow. Yeah. Oh.
Okay, let's go. Keep your
Oops.
hip thrust out. Okay. Perfect. Good job. Excellent. Yes. Yes. Nice.
Oh,
All right. Sharp.
take the lessons learned today for the next
Good job.
Wave It stream.
Okay. Awesome. Very nice. 30 more. Great. Fantastic. Fine work. Amazing. Excellent. And return.
Hang on. My headphone is bugging out. It's getting really annoying.
Neat. Amazing.
Oh my god, it's now.
Fantastic.
Work, damn you.
Wonderful.
Shit. I might need to
Great.
create a headphone
Nicely done. Neat.
uh,
Excellent.
headphone dongle or something just for this stream.
Okay.
Oh, specifically exercise stream. Yes.
Well done.
One slight problem I'm dealing with right now is
Yes. Yes. 20 more.
my headset. The
Nice.
left headphone is cutting out constantly, and
Keep it up.
you guys can't hear it, but what I'm hearing now is
Very
a
nice.
lot of static, and like
Okay.
the sound keeps cutting in and cutting out of my left ear. It's getting
Okay.
really
Increase your
annoying.
pace. Well done.
So
Yes. Well done. Keep it up.
I think I have no choice but to do a typical
You got it.
for
10 more.
earbuds.
Good job.
I'll try to see what I can do, chat.
Nice. Great. Keep it up. 5 more. All right. Well done. Come on. Fantastic. One left. Perfect. The enemy's disoriented. Now's our chance. Overhead hip shake rush.
Oh, what? Hip shake rush? Really? Okay. I don't mind that.
This will focus on your weight.
Okay. Oh, single target? Okay. I'll do more. Leg stuff.
Thigh press.
Thigh press. Gonna crush it in my thighs. Okay, I need to place. Okay. Actually,
Okay, let's go. This exercise targets your legs. Fantastic. Amazing. Excellent. Awesome. Fine work.
after stream today, I'll look up what are good
Good job.
wireless Bluetooth headphones. Or very least decent. What? Oh god. Oh fuck. Hang on. Where did the controller go? Huh? What the fuck? Oh, there it is. The controller slipped on my thighs, and for a moment I couldn't find it, and there was a slight couple of seconds where I was scared. Shit, is there a ghost? Did a ghost snatch it out of my legs? Am I about to be sodomized by a ghost? But no, it just rolled away a little bit. I found it. Oh, fucking hell. God damn it. Why is this so slippery? Okay, you know what? Stand fucking still, please. Yeah. Okay, brace my feet against this and stand still. Okay. Come on.
Very nice. Nice. Neat.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh.
Hooray! Nicely done. All right.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Fantastic.
Oh my god.
Perfect.
Oh god. Oh god. Ah.
Okay.
Ah.
Sharp.
This is actually difficult on the thighs, chat. Inner thigh. Oh my god. Oh, come on.
Neat.
Come on.
Fantastic. Hooray!
Come on.
Wonderful.
Ah.
Amazing.
Ah.
Let's keep going.
Come on.
Very nice.
Come on.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Great. Great. Great.
Oh my god. Oh my thigh. My thighs are burning.
Nice. All right. Neat. Fine work. 5 more. Good job. You got it. Well
What?
done. You made it. And hard.
Okay.
You should feel it in your
go.
stomach, not your arms.
Fuck you.
Select a skill and good luck.
I've already done a lot of. Like, let's do some arms. Ball pull.
Wonderful.
Work on my arms a little bit.
Okay, let's move. Like you're pulling a bowstring taut. Okay. Awesome. Yes. Yes. Keep it up. Well done.
Oof.
Excellent. Excellent. Amazing.
Someone say something? Breathing exercise. Did you call this a breathing suit? I thought it's a swimsuit.
All right. Sharp.
Come on.
Fine work. Good job.
Come on.
Perfect. Great. Okay.
This game at its hardest difficulty is very intense.
Fine work. Keep it up. Nice. Nice. Neat. Fantastic.
Uh-oh.
Fantastic.
Hang on.
Amazing.
Hang on. I have to fix something. Really? Really? Really, VRChat? Really? Fuck you. Give it a second. I have to fix. Excuse me, chat, while I deal with technical difficulties. Alright. Unfortunately, now you guys can. You guys won't be able to see me talking because, if I'm not mistaken, in order for me to re-enable mouth movements, I need two controllers to do that, and hang on, maybe I can do this with one controller. Hang on. Oh no, I can do it here. Okay. Alright. Now where were we before fucking VRChat interrupted us?
Yes! Great! Let's pick up the pace. Great! Come on! Okay! Very nice! Come on! Excellent! Neat! Right on! Okay, let's switch sides.
No, not really yet, fuck you.
Okay, let's go! Hold the ring on while breathing in. Alright! Nicely done! Great! Awesome! Very nice! Excellent! Well done!
You saw that upskirt? Don't worry about it. Just a little upskirt. It's a tiny upskirt. Little upskirt never hurt anyone, right?
Okay! Good job! Very nice! Excellent! Wonderful! All right! Okay! Nicely done! Great! Amazing!
Come on.
Excellent! Great! Perfect!
Oh my god.
Fantastic.
Oh my god. Oh, my shoulders. I'm feeling the burn in my shoulders.
Well, increase your pace. Okay. Well done. Okay. Fine work. Yes. Yes. You got it.
Oh god. Ah. Okay, final round. Let me drink something, chat. It's important to stay hydrated, especially if you're exercising with me. Cream pie. And now coffee. Oh, where's the cup? Alright. Okay. Hydration is very important. Yeah, super important. Okay, we're gonna do overhead hip shake.
Overhead hip shake. Shake your hips. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Good. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Good. 1, 2. Move so your hips move to the side. Good. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Halfway there. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Perfect! Guard!
Do you have arms?
Feel it in your stomach
Let's go.
when you breathe out.
Come on.
Looks great!
Fuck you.
Take a break if you need to.
Do I want to do more squats? Yeah, let's do it again.
Squat.
Keep working on my leg. Make a person happy. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the exercise stream.
Okay, let's
That makes me
move.
happy, chat. If you guys are happy, then I'm happy.
Good for working those upper arms. Yes!
Oh my god.
Nice! Nice! Neat! Awesome! Fine work!
Oh my god.
Keep it up! Okay! Fantastic! Fantastic!
This is so hard. Oh my god. Oh, this is so hard.
Great! Great!
My god. Oh my god.
Very nice! Sharp! Well done!
I don't know how people do this. My legs are on fire. Good for working out upper arms, it says. That's not the part that's on fire. It's my legs. How?
Nice!
Oh god damn it.
Excellent! Excellent! All right! Yes! Yes! Wonderful!
I can't go on it all the way down. Oh my god. 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 I can't go all the way down. This is killing me. I gotta die. I gotta... I'm gonna die. Oh my god. My legs are giving up.
Amazing.
Come on. Come on, finish this. Finish this. Finish this. Just finish this. Finish this. No matter what. Finish this.
Challenge yourself.
Do it. Do it. Do it for my dream. Do it for my dream body. Do it. Do it for my dream.
Okay. Okay. Great.
12,
All right.
11.
Good job. 10 more.
Put this. I'm gonna put this close by so that when I'm done with this, I can grab this. For the thighs and abs and ass.
Great.
10, 9,
Nice.
8,
Fantastic.
7,
Come on.
6,
Very nice.
5,
5 more. Good.
4,
Great.
3,
3. Keep it up.
2,
1 left.
1.
Nice. That battle was epic.
Oh my. I did it. Oh, you're proud of me. Thanks. But I'm not. I'm so out of shape. It's just like when I went to play badminton with Numi last week, my stamina was dog shit. I have no more stamina at all. I need to improve my stamina again, which means lots of cardio. We'll work on it. Yeah, I guess I'll work on it. If Destiny or Foxley could see me right now, or even Bonji, they'll be laughing at me. They'll be like, oh my god, you're so weak. Actually, even Thermi would say, "Oh my god, you're so weak." Where's the controller? Where's the controller? I need to shampoo. No, I need to up my stamina. Improve my stamina. My stamina. Dog shit. I need more stamina. Okay. Oh my god. Oh, my thighs are burning. Oh wow, but it's good. My thighs were the area I wanted to focus on the most. Such a heartwarming moment. You're going to have a good sleep tonight? Well, we'll see. There's one part of me in exercise that's paradoxical, chat. Whenever I exercise, I can't sleep. On any day where I exercise, I end up staying awake for at least 24 hours, no matter what. It's just something that happens automatically, I don't know why. And then whether I get a good sleep after that is up for chance. So I'll find out in about 6 hours from now whether I'm able to get good sleep. That's how long it takes me to wind down after exercising. Actually, the same applies regardless of exactly what the physical exertion is. If there's a physical exertion, then this happens. Let me drink some water. Water. Oops. Just dropped my water bottle, but it's fine. Just a plastic water bottle and it's empty. Can't even find the water now. Well, I found the water, I just couldn't find the table after. That's fine. It's fine. There's my coffee over here. Cream pie. Okay. Alright. Let's see if I even passed the side quest, because the whole reason we did this is to do a side quest. Did I pass the side quest? Nope. Oh, I can only hit one monster per turn. Fuck! He wants me to hit single targets every turn. Fuck you! We're gonna try to complete the mission next time. Fuck you, asshole! Finish for today? Okay, yeah, we'll finish for today. Hang on. Let me... Give me a second to wipe the sweat on my brow. Give me 1 second, chat. Okay. Let's go over to today's exercises. I only exercise for under 20 minutes. Oh, I'm surprised I thought I only exercise for 10 to 15 minutes. You got this. Let's stretch. Looks like you use your torso and lower body quite a bit today. Focus mainly on torso, hips, and legs. Okay.
Let's begin our static stretching. You won't need the range on. Be mindful of your body and stretch within the range of your ability. Bring your feet together and loosen up. Bend your body forward to stretch your lower back and the backs of your thighs. Hold it like that for a little longer. Bend your knees slightly and raise your body bit by bit from your lower back until you're upright. Spread your feet, raise both hands, and hold your left wrist. While pulling on your wrist, tilt to the right and stretch your side. Return to your original position, switch hands, and bend the other way. Tilt directly to the side while taking care not to slouch. Bring yourself back slowly. Put your hands on your lower back as if supporting it. Gently tilt your upper body backward, but don't lean back more than is comfortable. Again, stay in a comfortable range of movement. Bring yourself back slowly. Put your right leg forward and put your hands on your hips. Bend your right knee and stretch out your left calf.
Oh my god, my thigh, my legs are so weak right now. My legs are weak. Oh my god.
Now switch legs. Stretch slowly and do your best not to bounce.
Oh my god. Oh, my legs are weak.
Bring yourself back slowly.
I'm on hollow.
Bend your left knee and bring your ankle up behind you.
Hang on.
Pull your
I
knee
need to
backward
use.
and stretch the front of your thigh.
And use this to help me balance. Oh god damn it. Fucking wire.
Do the same
Get
on
out
the
of the way.
opposite side. Hold the top of your foot to stretch your shin muscles as well. Bring yourself back slowly, and your stretching is complete. Good job.
More stretching until I can do split. No idea how long it's gonna take me to be able to do that. Oh yeah, today's tips. Try quiz instead of all muscle quiz. Also runs from your neck down your back. What? TC Miss Dorsey? The answer was trapezius, really? That's trap? Really? That's the trap muscle? Oh, okay, I remember that. These are also muscle running from your underarm to your back. What? How is it? What? Underarm to my back and neck to back is different? Okay, fuck you! And so you can focus on the muscles. So for today's cooldown. Bye! Bye! What is this? It's a little quiz! Just a random pop quiz. Okay, let me shut this down. Okay, chat. Time for me to get out of my fucking jank as fuck setup. Oh. And get back into VRC. Let me slowly get back into VRChat. I'll bring on the music in a bit as soon as I have my controllers back. Stand by, chat. Give me a minute. To take off the Velcro that I'm using to belt my controller to my wrist. Okay, let me bring back the music. How's the music volume? Is it too soft? Okay, I'm gonna increase the volume a little bit. Gasoline, you can pour yourself right on top of me. You're my ecstasy, fire gasoline. You can pour yourself on top of me. Me. The music sounds right. Well, to me it sounded too low, so I turned it up a little bit. Gasoline. Fire, gasoline. Gasoline. Fire gasoline, you can pour yourself right on top of me. I'm getting another towel, chat. Another sweat rag. Think I worked out how I made the model. Did I? I appreciate the comment. But nah, I was so out of shape. Wait, this song sounds different than normal. I don't remember having this song into my playlist. Oh wait, no. It's... I remember the song now. It's just I never heard the start of the song. Tell away. Yeah. Oh, I accidentally hit chat. Okay, let me bring you guys down with me. We're going to just chill and relax now. I'm dehydrated? Yeah, I have water here. In fact, I just hydrated before we did stretches. It's not good to hydrate too much because your stomach will feel really bloated, but I am drinking water regularly, so don't worry. And I have water bottles right over here, within reach. So don't worry, as soon as I feel thirsty, I'll drink some more. I appreciate it though. Thank you for the reminder. Moon Hollow, you'll be the most flexible person ever. Ha 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 ha. Fuck no. You should see what my teachers are like. Flame Knight, Manus, Foxley. You're all so much better than me. So much harder than me. Okay, let's go to a world where we can cool down a bit. We'll go here. Oh. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Actually, is the lighting here good? Let me double check. No, the lighting here isn't very good. Then, okay, never mind. Hang on. Since the lighting here isn't good, we'll go to a different pool world. Where was that pool world? Did I forget to save it? I think I forgot to save it. Fuck. No, it can't be. I could have sworn I saved it. No, it was this. It was this, okay. Okay, this one. You guys can remember all these worlds amazingly. Oh, I don't remember at all. I just favored it. I'm really awful at memorizing names. Yeah, I just cheat. I just favored the world. Here we are. Is this the world I was looking for? We have plenty of pools here. Gotta find myself a drink. Something with citrus in it. Very refreshing. As you can see in the background, lots of pools behind me. Let me change to my swimsuit chat. Give me a second. Now to change to my swimsuit, I need to do all of this. Which swimsuit should I wear? Chat, do you want the one piece or do you want the two piece? Vote now. Which swimsuit do you want, Chat? One piece or two piece? One piece? Two piece? Your decision, Chat. One or two? Vote one or two. Quick, chat, quick. One or two. One piece and not because of the anime. Or you prefer sporty one piece. I like that too, okay. Man, YouTube needs to fix this 30-second delay. The delay might be longer just because of restream chat. So don't worry too much about it. The delay, assuming that you click the live button in the YouTube player, should only be about 11 to 15 seconds. So don't worry too much about it. There'll be an extended delay for the chat to appear over here, just because of the restream thing. That delays it appearing here, but it appears earlier for me, so don't worry. Hi. Here's the one piece, chat. I got my one piece swimsuit. I got my drink. So, yeah. Let's get into the pool. I feel like soaking into this jacuzzi, right? Yeah. Gonna put you guys on this side. Here we go. You guys wanna see my one piece, chat? How am I showing you? Oops, hang on. Actually fucked with my overlay a little bit. There we go. Here we go. That's the full one piece. Technically, yeah, I'm wearing the socks, but the socks don't count as part of the one piece. I don't know if I can stretch my arm around the back because I have a chair in the way. Oh, hang on. I keep forgetting I fly. I can just fly, you guys. So that's what I'm gonna do, chat. This is my sporty one piece, chat. As you can see, it's super sporty. There we go. I'm gonna get my drink as well. Wait, hang on, why am I out of focus? Hang on. There we go. Now I'm in focus. It's like the one shiny dream that just keeps getting better. Shiny? That shiny dream. I hope you're not talking about The Shining. Because that sounds more like a nightmare than, you know, nice dream. Oh, this is like, oh, this is one of my my dance songs. I would be dancing right now, but I'm exhausted. Hope you guys don't mind me just chilling rather than dancing. How am I feeling right now? Exhausted. Feeling like $1,000,000. I feel like my eyes are burning. My thighs are here. Yeah, they feel like they're burning. I can't. They feel like jelly right now. I can't lift them for very long. This is rolling in my eyes. Not my eyes, my thighs. My thighs feel like they're burning. Let me just get comfortable. I got a set schedule for my workouts now? Not particularly. I want to try to go from one workout a week to 2 workouts a week. Doesn't matter whether it's Ring Fit or working out with Madness or dance. I want to try to do at least 2 a week. That's a tentative plan. I kind of have to plan it around my streams because I have a preset stream that's happening on Friday, and then another preset stream that's happening on Saturday. Friday is Subnautica with Foxley, and Saturday is D&D, new D&D campaign. Like I mentioned earlier, D&D is coming back, although not me as the DM. A friend is going to DM his campaign. So, whatever exercise I do is gonna have to be planned around those two. That game is something which one? Subnautica or D&D? Specifically, we're playing 3.5 D&D, not 5th edition. We've all kind of like sworn off 5th edition D&D and beyond. We're now 3.5 edition D&D and Pathfinder. You figure it out when it comes over. Yeah, Subnautica here. Oh well, we're not playing standard Subnautica, we're playing Subnautica multiplayer. You don't know anything about D&D? Well, we're about to start a new campaign, so it'll be a good time to start watching and learn about D&D if you're interested in learning about it. One minor disclaimer though, since a lot of us will be into role-playing, in the middle of it, our chat interaction will be low, but since I'm not DMing, I'm playing, I will try to interact with chat a bit more, even if not through voice, through text. So yeah, I'll try my best to keep you guys, try to interact with you guys somewhat. And other guys who are playing will also occasionally interact with chat as well. It requires some serious focus. It requires more focus for the DM than the players. When I'm DMing, when I DM the Pathfinder 2 campaign, I could barely interact with chat at all. And I apologize, but unfortunately, yeah, the DM cannot interact with chat. He's gonna be so focused on everything that has to go on that he can't really interact with chat at all. And I do intend to DM again. Once the primary focus right now is I want to get back into exercising. Once I get the decent exercise routine going, I will start writing notes for my second season of my campaign again. And in the meantime, my friend's campaign will tide us over for role playing. Although, fair warning, we're not going to go like breaking YouTube TOS and stuff, but my campaigns tend to be a little bit sus. I'll just put it that way, a little bit sus. Street Fighter, you want to give me a massage? That sounds really nice right about now. I could really use a massage for my thighs and lower body and lower back. That feels really good right about now. I want to welcome a massage. Oh, by the way, I just remembered. I need to switch the category back to VRChat on Kick. Let me do that. There we go. You probably will test limits of what I can do. Like this, you gotta have some control, you know. Yeah. Well, in our case, we've all played together a lot, so we know what our limits are, generally. And I know the limits of what can be done on YouTube, so we will keep it within the limits of YouTube specifically. Well, money, because you know, like this content on here too. Well, here's the thing. YouTube has some limits, but their limits are honestly not that bad. The platform that has stupid limits are Twitch. Twitch is the one that has the huge problem with awful limits. I'm comfortable with the type of content I want to do. I'm comfortable with YouTube and Kick. I'm not comfortable with Twitch at all. So yeah, don't worry. I'm not overly censoring myself specifically for YouTube. You don't have to worry about that. whenever we have to, you guys would know. It'll be like, ooh, fade to black. It'll be really obvious to you guys what's going on, and be like, fade to black, and you're like, oh yeah, you guys know, tee. Yeah, you guys know, we know what's going on, you guys know what's going on, what type of violation is going on, and yeah. So yeah, we know, you guys know, so yeah, it's okay. I mean, the Twitch site freedom heaven, yeah. Even if Luffy as he dances coming in, they don't even have trouble. On here compared to Twitch, yeah, kinda. Wi-Fi. Oh my, let's go and you see the violation. I mean, technically we're playing a mostly good party. I mean, okay, just to talk a little bit about world building. This is not going to be the world building for the campaign that we are going to be playing. Because he's using a specific world called Aberrant, which is a preset world, but he's going to throw his own twist onto it. This world building I did for my own campaign, which is a completely unique world I built. I've tried to world build using a fair bit of logic and pragmatism and realism as well. And what I mean by this is, yes, it's a magical fantasy world, but it's a magical fantasy world with low security. And I took inspiration from a certain studio called Alicesoft. If you guys know Alicesoft Games, Alicesoft Games, they are a Japanese RPG company who are amazing. They are very well known for amazing stories with really good world building. How long does that usually take world building? A lot of it is just brainstorming and putting things onto paper, and then putting a rough skeleton frame down, and then building it out as you go along, you know. That name does sound familiar. If they are known for amazing RPGs such as Duna Duna, Daite Koku, Beat, Angel Escalator, Sengoku Rans Quest, Rans Magnum, if you know Rans, yeah. Did I mention Duna Duna? Oh, they also know they're also known for Evernickel. Evernickel 1 is available on Steam, by the way, and you can buy and play it on Steam. Evernickel 1. Sadly, Evernickel 2 is not available on Steam. It's available on other sites, but Evernickel 1 available on Steam. Hentai-related stuff. If you know Rans, then yeah, that's Alicesoft. Amazing world building. And what I mean by amazing world building is that they build worlds that are eternally consistent with really good characterization. What do I mean by this? So, let me use the world I built as an example. Magical fantasy, low security. The the way that the adventure started was the party are in the territory of an empire, a nation called the Empire of the Hand. This empire is very authoritarian and dictatorial, but they're also a meritocracy and very bureaucratic. The way the campaign started, which is kind of like I told all the players, they're like, okay, you guys are gonna be given a quest to help take back a city that has been lost to the Empire of the Hand, likely due to an insurrection, a rebellious insurrection by the Empire to try to help them take back the city. And so the players like, okay, hired by the Empire. And along the way, they find that, okay, the Empire is, yeah, they might not be a nice place, because right from the start I set the scene, like, the party stands in a fort at the edge of a forest. The hustle and bustle of construction, soldiers having orders barked at them, and so on and so forth. Basically, a lot of things are being set up: military, logistics, a fort is being built, soldiers, commanders, and slaves, along with a gradually increasing number of adventurers are gathered in the fort. And yes, slavery is legalized in the Empire of the Hand, something which the party didn't catch on to until late in the campaign, even though I mentioned that slaves were helping to build the fort right from the beginning. It was only later that one of the party members was like, does the Empire have slaves? I was like, yeah. You guys remember right from the beginning I mentioned that in your campaign introduction, the fort was being built by soldiers, workers, and slaves. And not only does the Empire have slaves, the Empire has slaves for all manner of you know, tasks. Let's just put it that way. Yes, they've legalized slavery for, you know, yes, they have that. And the party, and also when they have to torture, the party only figured this out later, but when they had to torture prisoners for information, they are not above using, let's just say, violation as a way to, you know, coerce information out of their prisoners. And one of the party members, when they found out, they were like completely disgusted by the Empire. They were like, I am disgusted, and the party member storms off, well, in the middle of a conversation with their kind of like their knight captain handler whom they were working with. So that's the Empire. Bureaucratic, authoritarian, lots of rules, but also legalized slavery and all that stuff. I'll say hello, Sanchan, welcome. But that's the Empire that they were working on. Whom they were pitted against was an insurrection. An insurrection that could be best described as total chaos and anarchy. The city had basically descended into anarchy. Multiple different factions and gangs have taken control of different sections of the city. There were some weird creature who now sat at the keep and has proclaimed himself the Hanny King, ruler of the city. And yeah, basically the whole city fell into chaos. The Hanny King didn't really institute any kind of order into the city. And one of the first factions that the party encountered were a faction of elves who if I were to use a single term to describe them, they're tree fuckers. Yes, they love nature. They love being one with nature. They love introducing people to nature by turning them into trees and then fucking the trees. So that was the first faction that the party encountered. And the party was like, oh god. And you gotta love, oh yeah, they love Mother Nature, yes. And they love recruiting more people to love Mother Nature too. So yeah, that was one of the factions. Another faction the elves encountered were major faction were let's just say okay, I'll describe the Hannies. The rebellion, the insurrectionists, the rebellion, the Hannies. They were a race of constructs that were originally built by the Empire to be a sort of like a slave race. You know, slave race, cheap labor, that kind of thing. They were built to perform menial tasks. That was the city was conducting research into building this new slave race of constructs. They wanted to make them cheap. So what did they do? They gave the constructs the ability to procreate and self-replicate. And the problem is, in order to give the constructs the ability to replicate, self-replicate, and want to replicate, what do they need? The desire to self-replicate. So they gave the constructs the living desires, the desire to self-replicate. And what they ended up doing was creating a race of hedonists, hedonistic anarchists who reproduced very quickly like rats. They got out of control. The Imperial researchers tried to castrate them and that was the impetus for the rebellion. To quote the Annies, they tried to cut off our balls! They were going to castrate us! Well, I say no! I say we're gonna fight for freedom! Fight for the right to fuck! And yeah, so yeah, yeah. The Empire, extremely authoritarian, oppressive, has legalized slavery and stuff. On one end, on the other end, hedonistic rape machines who don't care about anything. They just do whatever they want. Imagine Claptrap, but add sex crazy to Claptrap from Borderlands. That's basically what the Hannies are. So yeah, the party was stuck in a moral conundrum of like, okay, we're technically putting down an insurrection of freedom fighters who are just trying to throw off their shackles, but they are rapists and they capture everyone and turn them into sex slaves. On the other hand, the Empire, they're trying to bring order, but they also have legalized sex. Yeah, the party. That's what I did with my setting. Heavily inspired by Alisov. Create cultures, create magic, create law, and then combine all of those aspects, low security, magic, base instincts, take it all to its natural conclusion. And yeah, that's how I ended up with my setting. I'm joking, this entire thing sounds like hentai. I mean, it is based off of Sengoku Rans and Alisov and all of their writing, which... Hello Ketamine, welcome! Thank you for the follow, welcome to the Roost. Which, even though, yes, it's a hentai game, but I really like the world building in all of Alisov games. The world building they do is amazing. Set rules and then take it to its natural extremes. That's what they do, and they build characters to also exist within the world that they exist in, you know. They develop personality traits, coping mechanisms, and all sorts of stuff like that to deal with the fact that they live in a world that is that fucked up. And yeah, Alisov, they write really well written, compelling stories. They are character driven. Their world building is really good. Their characters are really well written. Yes, their characters are quite, you know, anime-ish, but at the same time, they're compelling. They're well written. You tend to really come to feel for the characters in those games. Which means when those characters get bad stuff happen to them, all of that good writing for emotion, character building, world building also gets put into all of those non-con scenes, and you feel the anguish that the character is going through, and you're like, oh, you can see the cracks. You get to really experience the cracks forming in the characters' psyche when all of this awful stuff is being done to them. It's like, oh. Okay, yeah. And Phoenix plot lines and worlds. Yeah, not a lot of hentai can be very shallow, but personally, I like the hentai that is that has a lot of world building and characters that behave in a way that makes sense with the world building, and also compellingly written, you know. Very well written, so that's why I really like Alisov games. No joke. Yes, it's a hentai game, but honestly, Alisov games write some of the best stories I've ever read, or experienced, or played through. Their stories are really, really well written. Just don't care about the characters at all. Well, when you just look samey, yeah. Exactly why I love Alyssa. You come to care about the characters. Just saying that got you worked up. I do love a good story. A really good, well-written story about struggle and a struggle against adversity, especially overwhelming adversity. Unending, overwhelming adversity. Okay, okay, I gotta stop now before I get too worked up. This is, yeah, I'm fine. This is fine. I'm fine. But yeah, that's my world building. I don't know what's gonna happen for the D&D campaign that we're actually gonna play. Set in Eberron, 3.5 version of Eberron, D&D. I know the DM won't shy away from loot stuff, but I don't know how much lootness is going to breathe into the setting. We'll see. We'll see. He has a different style of world building than I do, but I'm looking forward to playing. And once we actually start playing and streaming it, I hope you guys have fun too. Oh, well, have fun watching us play. I really want to play Evernickel 2 one day. But it's basically an RPG. Like a full-blown JRPG. Maybe I'll play with you guys one day, or should I just play to Evernickel 1 with you? But then again, I've already experienced through most of the story of Evernickel 1, so my reaction to the story twists won't be as, you know, genuine. I was like, yeah, you always know what's gonna happen when you guys get to the end. Well, we'll see. Like I said, I don't know how the DM is going to build his world exactly, but we'll see.
Taking pictures with the roses when you lost and found. I've been waiting for you all night. Shimmer in the moonlight. Dance for me and crawl right back around. Yeah. City lights, summer lights, 3 a.m. with open eyes, dripping blood and paradise.
I'm actually brainstorming a little bit right now about scenes and events to put into my second season. I probably have a couple of things I'm willing to insert into season 2 already. One thing that I still need to decide for season 2 would be the final dungeon that the party goes through, because I'm still kind of brainstorming exactly what form this dungeon's gonna take. Need to stuff lined up well before you get into the game like season 2. Yeah, well, for my campaign specifically, the Pathfinder campaign, we already did season 1. The season 1 is VODs are available on YouTube. It was the first time I ever DM'd though, as a dungeon master, so yeah, I apologize for how messy and how nervous I was, but I've learned a lot about DMing through season 1, and I'm planning to put all of the things I learned into season 2. but yeah, what I decided to do for my tabletop RPG is to break the story up into seasons. There is a role play streamer I watch. He DMs a role play stream, and what he does, he breaks his role play up into seasons. The reason why he does that is, one, he pre-plans a season. He has notes of what's supposed to happen during the season, and then he pre-plans it. He makes sure he gets most of the things squared away and stuff, and then he runs the players through the season's worth of story, and then once the season's worth of story is done, he calls an end to the season, and then they go on a break hiatus of a couple of months while he prepares the next season. The reason why he does this is, one, it's so that he gives him time to, lay out the groundwork for the next season. He can take his time and brainstorm what's supposed to happen next without, being rushed by playing every week, that kind of thing. He can have a sort of like a season 3 rough draft script. No, storyboard, sorry. The word I'm looking for is storyboard. He can have a season 3 storyboard squared away, and yeah. And then he can have a lot more things prepared ahead of time. Also, it helps prevent burnout by breaking things up into seasons and taking a short break between seasons. Because preparing to DM a D&D campaign takes a lot of work. You have to, not only do you have to worry about what happens in the session itself, you have to pre-plan everything that goes into the session beforehand to a certain extent, and that pre-planning takes up a lot of time. You will end up spending like a day or two at least preparing each session, even after you storyboard a season, because you might want to change things, you might want to add things, you might want to tweak things like that. So with all the preparation that goes into preparing for DMing D&D or any type of tabletop RPG, it's usually better to begin seasons so that you can have things prepared ahead of time, storyboard prepared ahead of time, and you don't burn yourself out. Most importantly, it takes a lot. You spend a lot of creative juices writing the story, writing the plot, writing events and stuff like that, things for your characters to interact with. So it's creatively very fulfilling, but also very, very draining. So you need to take breaks to make sure you don't burn out. So I'm kind of adds to the whole D&D thing. So like, you're doing a whole episodic anime thing, you go through your journey, season ends, you go on a hiatus, then you come back to season 2 ready for more adventure. Yep, I try to break it up like that, following in the footsteps of people who are way better than me. I try to learn from their betters as much as I can. During D&D, you have to make up things along the way, so you wouldn't kind of contradict. It's a combination of preparing along the way and then making things up as you go. Let's see. Like, you can prepare a rough storyboard. Like, for example, for my campaign specifically, I told the party, you're hired by the Empire. The city a city within the Empire has fallen to chaos. You're being hired by the Empire to work with the Imperial Knights to restore order. So, in you go, kind of thing. And I have preset, okay, there's this faction, and this faction that the party is going to deal with. And then as the party goes along, I was like, huh. You know what? Investigating the way that the elves turn people into... Okay, here's the thing. The whole elves turn people into trees part, that was not pre-planned. That I just came up on the fly because the party members, they were like, scanning for magic. Okay, scan for magic. You are detecting magic coming from the tree. And then they really honed in on investigating the tree. Why happened to the tree? And initially my notes had that, okay, the trees are magically grown, that's it. The elves are using magical rituals to accelerate the growth of trees. And then while playing through the campaign, I was like, you know what? I winged it. Instead of just using a ritual to grow the trees, the elves are turning people into trees. So yeah, that's kind of like an example of me coming up with things on the fly based on the fact that the party was really honing in on investigating the trees. I did not pre-plan that at all. That was completely on the fly. And because of that, because of the whole little sudden new plot thread that the elves were turning people into trees, that carries forward through most of season 1. Even if it wasn't plot relevant to everything in season 1, it carried through to season 1, and now season 2, the first half of season 2, the party is going to be dealing with technically, okay, at the end of season 1, the Honey King has been deposed. The knights have retaken control of most of the city, except for the territory held by the elves within the city, because that territory has grown rampant while the knights and the party were taking control of most of the city, and now the party is going to deal with the elven faction. So yeah, the whole elves turning people into trees thing, that spun out completely spontaneously, and now it's gonna be the major plot that the party is dealing with for the first half of season 2. So yeah. Indeed, you have to... You like that, honestly. Mixed thing like that's the mystery of the trees with the whole detection thing. I see as well with the cookie forest. Kinda. Although I was drawing inspiration specifically from a movie called Annihilation. Have you guys heard of that movie, Annihilation? It's a sci-fi horror movie. Not you. It is a very existential sci-fi horror movie. It's the title of the movie. ZR Wolf, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Roofs. I hope you enjoy your time. You're welcome. We're just relaxing right now and chatting after we did some exercises earlier. But yeah, it's not a jump scare horror movie. It's not a haunting horror. Okay, technically it's very haunting, but it's the type of horror movie that is very unsettling. Not gross out kind of settling. It leaves you feeling like there's something wrong. Like things are not right with the world. Something is off with the world, you know. So L23GK. Ale? I'm just gonna call you Ale. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Roos. Happy to chat. Welcome. Can't put my finger on the plot line. a basically some weird circle dome thing is slowly expanding and slowly taking over the world very slowly, and a team of 5 soldier scientists are sent in to try to figure out what the hell's going on. Annihilation. You know exactly what this movie is now. You seen it? Annihilation. Yeah, 100% remember it. Yeah, very, very haunting in a something doesn't feel right kind of way. Very good movie. Yeah, I based the Elven faction and what they've done loosely off of Annihilation. A lot of movie reviews and critiques. Yeah. There are a lot of movie critique channels reviewed Annihilation, so I'm not surprised if you would have seen it through that, even if you didn't see the movie directly. But I saw the movie directly without watching any reviews. I just heard that it's very good and it's very haunting. And I watched it and I was very unsettled after seeing it. Highly recommend it. I'm not gonna spoil it, but yeah. I'm not gonna lean into the insanity so much. Just a little bit. I'm gonna lean into this insanity just a little bit, but not so much. I'm gonna lean in a little bit more to the wrongness of everything though. A little bit more horror. Now you're watching, I mean, just you barely any. That's okay. It's okay. Nothing wrong with it. Enjoy movies however you want to enjoy them, even if it's by watching them secondhand through critiques. Because you can go find to chaos the story ends up being inconsistent. Yeah. The only I'm just gonna lean in a little bit into like, okay, there's in D&D settings, specifically Pathfinder and D&D, there is a faction, a civilization, a culture called the Fae. Basically, if you know fairies, fairy folk, almost like fairy tale, classical fairy tale monsters, things like that. You know how classical fairy tales are. They treat fairy tale monsters as, in the old days, fairy tale monsters as not good, not evil, but dangerous. Sprites, fairy nymphs, they're likely to play they're just as likely to play harmless tricks on you as they are to whisk you away and kidnap you forever, you know? Those kind of fairy tale. That's what the Fae are in D&D and Pathfinder lore. I'm gonna lean into that a little bit for what I'm gonna do with the elves. Excuse me, burping. Also go feel out the stories you find in MMOs and stuff. Yeah. Also, technically in Pathfinder and D&D, elves, they're connected to the forest, and well, they're closer to the forest, and the Fae in D&D and Pathfinder lore, they are connected to something called the First World, which is basically a realm of abundant energy, positive energy, the energy of growth and stuff like that. So I'm gonna lean into that for the horror aspect. You can kind of see how in my tie into Annihilation a little bit, because Annihilation is all about rampant growth and alteration. So I'm gonna use that whole like rampant growth and alteration, mutation theme to populate the first half of season 2. At least with regards to dealing with the elves. Sounds like a good idea already. Well, the first half of season 2, I'm mostly done. The second half of season 2, I'm still like having trouble storyboarding the end of season 2. I need to figure out a proper pacing for the second half of season 2. Because after dealing with the elves, the plot is going to shift to dealing with something else. And the party is going to tie up another loose end. And I need to figure out the pacing for dealing with that other loose end. How much meat to put into the second half of season 2, you know? I already know exactly how much meat I'm going to put into the first half. I just need to figure out how much meat to put into the second half. But I have plenty of time to brainstorm that, because we have another D&D campaign we're about to play first. There's another anime that... Well, there's a very specific anime that I'm using as inspiration for the plot for second half of season 2, so before in the midpoint of doing that, of brainstorming that, we might have an anime night where we watch that anime together. How soon is next one? It's not gonna be for a couple months, so don't worry. You guys will know. I'm gonna be brainstorming stuff with you. You guys will likely see the season coming together. Some basic hints of the season coming together. I'll be talking about it every now and then. For now, this campaign that we're about to play, this is gonna go on for a couple of months at least, so there's no rush. For me to get back to my own campaign. Anime night, yeah. Yep. There's 2 anime nights I actually want to do. The first anime night, I want to watch the second season of the latest Gundam anime, and then after that we might do an anime night for my Pathfinder campaign. We'll see. Watch alongs with anime stuff. One was doing one with Cowboy Bebop. Oh, Cowboy Bebop! Classic. Highly recommend it. Highly recommend doing Cowboy Bebop watch along. Anime nights are hosted on my Discord, by the way, so if you want to join us for anime night, check in with my Discord. I always ping an hour before I do an anime night. In fact, we might do an anime night as early as tomorrow. I'm thinking of doing the Gundam anime night tomorrow. You say Gundam? Yeah, Gundam. Specifically, I want to watch the second season of... what is the name of that? Latest Gundam season that just finished recently. I can't believe I got the name, but I'll let you guys know on my Discord. It's not the Build series, it's the other one. The anime night on stream, I don't know how well it'll go. I know a couple of people who do stream their anime nights on like YouTube and stuff, but I don't do that. Anime night is hosted on Discord, and only on Discord. That way I can give you guys, I can watch it with you guys, and you guys don't have to worry about sourcing the show for yourself. I will let you guys see what I'm seeing. I'll just put it that way. The last one you see was Iron Blooded Orphans. Let me see with the name of the latest Gundam anime that just finished. Witch from Mercury. Yes, that's the one. The Witch from Mercury. Although technically we're going to be starting from season 2 because I already watched season 1. If you need a summary of what happened in season 1, I will do the summary tomorrow when we actually do the anime night. But yeah, it's going to continue from season 2. You finished Anime by Baby? Oh really? You finished Witch from Mercury already? Or do you mean you finished Iron Blooded Orphans? I really like Iron Blooded Orphans, by the way. It's really good. One of the few shows where having a harem didn't result in everyone dying. We had the Harem King, and it was actually a healthy harem. Iron Blood Orphans. I see. Alright, yeah. Tomorrow we'll be watching Witch from Mercury together. If you guys know Code Geass, Witch from Mercury was written by the same guy who wrote Code Geass. So if you like Code Geass, you will like Witch from Mercury. Code Geass, yeah. Witch from Mercury was written by the same guy. So, if you enjoy plans within plans within plans, everyone is trying to double cross everyone, and parents are the absolute worst people. You're like Witch from Mercury. At least as far as season 1 goes. I don't know how season 2 is gonna go, but we're gonna find out together tomorrow. Hello, yeah. For anyone who doesn't know, the writer for Code Geass and Witch from Mercury is known for 2 things. A lot of political intrigue in the form of plots. Everyone is trying to double cross someone else. A lot of people are out for themselves, and they will have plans. Someone will plan for someone to do something else, and the other person will be trying to outplan him, and another person, and then there's plans, and then both three people are fighting the same person, but they're also fighting each other. It's like, yeah, plans within plans within plans, and it doesn't matter how nice or tragic a parent might seem to be. That parent is not good. The parent is probably going to be god-awful, a god-awful person. Just a minor spoiler. People who Code Geass is really also, you might not need to know this. The main character in Code Geass, Lelouch, is a son who is he's the son of the Emperor of Britannia, a global spanning empire, and this emperor has multiple wives. Lelouch is the son of one of, I think he's the son of the emperor's like third or sixth wife or something, so he is not anywhere near the line of succession. But he's still afforded, you know, a lot of how should we say, privilege and amenities, because he is the son of the emperor. He goes to the best schools, he gets the best teaching, he gets bodyguards, things like that. His mom, I believe very early on, if I remember correctly, his mom, who is a very nice person whom he loves dearly, his mom gets assassinated. And she dies a seemingly tragic death. But that's not the end of the story for the mom. It turns out that the mom, Kazal, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Roos. Hope you enjoyed time here. Welcome. And Big B, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome to the Roos. Hope you enjoyed time here. Welcome. Yes, the mom of the main character, who seemed to be a tragic character, actually knew that someone was going to try to assassinate her, and she was like, you know what, I can use this to my advantage. She orders her guards away on the day of her assassination and lets them kill her. And the reason she did this was because she has the power to transfer her consciousness to another body. So she transfers her consciousness to someone else and was using someone as another character as a puppet the entire time for multiple years. And she uses that to, one, evade her would-be assassins, and two, she also uses that to eventually meet up with her dear husband, the Emperor of Britannia, who wants to rule and I believe he wanted to destroy the world or some shit like that. And she was like, yes, husband, let's destroy the world together forever. And yeah. So this mom of the main character, whom you thought from whom you thought in season 1 was this tragic character who died because she got assassinated by evildoers. No. Yes, she got assassinated by evildoers because the people who assassinated her were technically plotting their own evil schemes, but she was plotting her own evil schemes to try to destroy the world with her fucking husband. The Emperor, so yeah. So yeah, and she's not above using her son, her daughter as pawns in her scheme. So yeah, like I said. Giving back, to circle back, the writer for Code Geass and The Witch from Mercury. Parents are the fucking worst. I don't know if there is a parent who starts out as a parent in at the start of the series who is not awful and trying to use their children as a pawn in some way. A character who starts out as a normal character and then eventually becomes a parent, they can be okay, they can be good people, but any person who starts out is introduced into the series as a parent, don't trust them in the slightest. They're more than likely scheming something. I said in this guy sees the reason I much to pay someone else to raise the kids low. Kinda, I mean, the Emperor has like I said, I think the main character's mom is his 6th wife or some shit like that. He has so many children. Are you talking about? No, we actually did exercises already, so now we're just chilling out in the pool for a little bit. Chilling and relaxing and just chit-chatting about the reason of kinda. He has he has an empire to govern, and he tries to groom some children for succession, but yeah. It's kind of written to be kind of like a medieval style emperor where you have like 12 children and you only groom like maybe 1, 2, 3 of them for command and succession and stuff like that. Yeah, power couple and then wanting to destroy it all. Yeah. I don't know what exactly the parents in Witch from Mercury are planning. I know that they're definitely scheming something. That much is already made apparent. The parent of the main character is definitely scheming something. We don't know exactly what she's scheming, but she's definitely up to something nefarious. A lot of people already picked up on the writing that the main character's mom is probably insanely evil and using the main character for her own ends. Exactly what those ends are, we don't know yet, at least as far as season 1 goes. But we know that she's using her own daughter to achieve something. Oh well, I'll give a more complete summary of that tomorrow. Okay, chat. think that's enough chill time. My controllers are actually run out of battery. Okay, you can't see what I'm showing you guys right now. I'm showing you guys I have a little wristwatch overlay that I'm seeing that you guys can't see. That's telling me that my controllers are running out of battery, so I need to get ready to end today's stream, chat. Let me take a sip of water. I'm thirsty. You know what? She'll make a grand spectacle for sure. Yep. Something is tapping my ceiling. This is a house. There's nobody up there. And while I would normally be scared that there might be a ghost in the ceiling, don't worry, I know that there's no ghost. I'm used to having sounds of things moving on the ceiling. Might be some gremlins. I actually know what it is. It's a civet, aka in our local language it's called a musang. If you look up a civet, C-E-V-E-T, you will see it. We probably have a family of civets living in the ceiling. Hi Bob, welcome. We're ending the stream though. Oops. I didn't mean to go too angry. Let me switch here. There. Yeah, we're ending the stream though. We spent some time exercising today. We managed to chat. Let me see, do I still have enough for a cream pie? Yes, I do. Everyone, grab your drinks. Remember, it doesn't matter what you're drinking as long as you're here for the moment, chat. It can, excuse me, it can be coffee, tea, beer, root beer, water, anything you have, chat, as long as you're here. In 3, 2, 1. Cream pie, cheers. Oh my gosh, look at that, what the hell is this? Looks like a combination of a ferret and a hyena. More like a ferret and a cat. That's the best way to describe it. Oops. If you want, I can show you a video of a musang. A local musang. Let me see if I can find a video for you so you guys will know exactly what I'm talking about. Alright. Let me bring this. I need to close this. Filter, allow transparency. There we go. Let me turn this. You might see me as partially see-through right now, but that's fine. It'll only be around for the moment. Okay, so. This thing right here, playing with a cat. This is a musang. A little civet. Probably what I'm hearing tapping my ceiling right now. They're almost like cat ferrets. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Some people keep them as pets. I Where's your lifeguard for the pool? Well, we don't need lifeguard for pool. This is the beach. This is a pool.
Pakai lagi. Menguzang sama kucing tengah bergurau. Nampaknya
the guy,
semakin hangat.
the male voice you're hearing is just talking about how he's commentating on cat versus
begitu sabar
musang.
melayan kerana lelaki
Who's gonna win?
dan nampak mukanya telah boring. Mungkin musang ni nampak comel macam ayam. Nampak comel telah marah. Apalah musang ni asyik muka di pantai.
Why he looks cute, but now the cat is gonna get annoyed. You're not supposed to keep them pets? Well, technically no. They are kind of like wild animals, but I mean sometimes they are around people just end up, you know what? Hey, come on in, you know, that kind of thing, and feed them, and partially domesticate them. They're actually not bad to have they eat the termites in the ceiling. They make sure that the termites don't mess in our wooden ceilings. So our ceilings don't collapse due to termite infestation.
Sama dibesarkan daripada kecil sehinggalah besar. Nampaknya comel ni begitu kembang ekor. Ya.
That's actually you give them credit for that, yeah.
Comel banyak bersabar melayan kenah lelaki.
Yeah,
tampar muka. Keluarlah kuku tu.
Yeah. He's smacking his face. That's what he's saying. Come on, bring out your claws lah. See? Fight him.
Mana yang terjerit?
Now he's biting. Now he's getting pissed.
Bola kojo ni mengawan kau.
Now you're getting married.
Kucing dan muka yang bruntal sekali. Begitu marah.
Look, now the cat's had enough. Yeah, I'm translating what the guy's saying. Kind of cute, actually.
Yeah. Mahnya batuk lah.
Yeah.
Begitu. Ngajuk.
Now.
Ya, ni dia.
That's what happens. Now he's sulking. Yeah, that's a civet playing with a cat. And just like that, he forfeits. Yeah. He finally had enough. Okay, let's end today's stream chat here. Okay, where the hell did I... Hang on, where did the... There it is. Hang on, let me come back here. Cat 1, Monk, Goose 0. Yeah, they'll just play fighting. They weren't really trying to murder each other. Yeah, adorable. Yeah. Should we go? Okay. Okay. Good night, everyone. Thanks for coming. Hope everyone enjoyed today's stream. I hope to see you guys next time. Alright. I'm tired, Jen. Let's find someone to raid, shall we? Let us find someone to raid, if I can raid. Can I raid? Do I have enough people looking to raid? Do I have enough people? I do have enough people to raid. Okay, so well, raid on kick specifically. Let me try to get the host going. I think I know exactly who we're gonna raid. Yep. Okay. Okay, yeah. Good night, everyone. Love you all. Hope to see you guys again soon, alright? I might see you tomorrow for Gundam Anime Night if you guys are interested in that on Discord. Alternatively, if I don't see you guys tomorrow, I might do one more stream again before Subnautica Friday with Foxley. I'll let you guys know as usual. Alright. Okay, I'll see you guys again soon. Alright. Love you so much. And yes, we're going to look. Exercise is going to return. I need to exercise more to achieve my goals. Yes, these you see these abs here. These abs, these are goals, chat. These are goals. I'm gonna try to get back on the exercise horse to try to work towards them. Okay. Fat shame me, encourage me, fat shame me, whatever. Help me achieve my goals. Okay. Good night. And okay, today we'll be raiding Thermi. Thermirexia is a really hot demon streamer. He is technically one of the VRChat the dancers I know, although he hasn't been doing VR dances for a while. But currently right now he's playing. What's he playing? Bastion. Oh, he's playing Bastion again. Oh, okay. Well, we're going to head on over to Thermi and say hi to me together, okay? Okay, I'll see you guys again soon. Bye-bye, bye-bye. Bye-bye. And booyah! And goodbye to you guys on YouTube as well. Bye-bye.